hold up on all practice balls at this time. Brackets are being posted and updated after each round. Your bracket boards for the U20 boys division is behind lanes 7 and 8. The U15 boys division bracket board is located behind lanes 19 and 20. The U15 girls bracket board is located behind lanes 49 and 50. The U20 girls bracket board behind lanes 59 and 60. And our U12 boys and U12 girls bracket boards are located behind lanes 67 and 68. Spectators and guests, let's give these finalists a round of applause as they begin their double elimination match play competition. Make sure you're here for the TV taping tonight, beginning at 2 p.m. Seating will be on a first-come, first-served basis. Bowlers, your lanes are on for your competition. Good luck and good bowling.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to live coverage of the Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Rotogrip, and Master. We've got Brandon Martin against Michael Tang in our U20 boys match. And we'll also have a look for you over on 19 and 20, wide angle view as Aaron flips over to that one. Marcus McLean. I can't read the last name on the, it's Gage, but then the logo in the background makes it hard to read. What is, do you know the name there, Aaron? Turn you up here.
Looks like Gage Stelling.
Stelling, okay. So we'll flip back and forth here in this round between these two matches. Aaron will demonstrate his fantastic live streaming production skills this morning.
It's going to be a challenge, but I'll see if I can handle this.
3 live streams at once here this morning. We've got the boys on this stream. We've got a stream for the girls, and we've got a stream for the U12s. As well.
Just have contender matches going on throughout the building right now. As you mentioned, under 20, under 15, and under 12 for the boys and girls, all competing here with the 3 different streams going on. Get a look at Marcus McLean here in the 3rd. Him and Gage are tied up early on, and Marcus crosses over for the strike.
Making a little bit of history this morning. It's the first time we've ever done 3 streams at once on Bull TV.
All right.
Exciting. It's working so far, so that's promising.
Let's not break the internet today.
You never know what's going to happen.
Great shot there by Tang in the 2nd. Between this and his intercollegiate singles championship show, he has pulled out all the stops here on some of these shirts he's wearing. Definitely going old school. Competitors competing once again on the World Bowling Athens pattern, 40 feet in length, about 26.5 mils for the volume. definitely played a little tricky last night in our first 2 rounds. Here's Brandon Martin. We are at Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois for the match play rounds. We'll flip over to our under 15 pair. Gage Stelling, strike, spare through 4. Here's Marcus McLean in the 4th, working on a strike.
Aaron, somebody in the chat asking what the format is for this tournament and this portion of the event. You want to run through that real quick?
Sure. This is we're in round 3 of the double elimination match play, and for these folks out on the lanes bright and early here, this is a contenders bracket match. So unfortunately, the loser goes home, but it's a 2-game match with high series advancing on, and pretty simple. We'll go that way all the way till the finals, and we'll be here on Bowl TV nearly all the way. We get the excitement of the TV show. CBS Sports Network already setting up down on the very high end of the house.
Yeah, had our TV production meeting last night. We've got Dave Lamont, who's going to do the play-by-play, and then be a special treat. We've got Marshall Holman, who's going to do the color commentary. We're sitting down in the TV production meeting last night, and Marshall was telling stories, as he does. And he said back when I was bowling, he said you had Mark Roth, who was the big hook guy. You had Earl Anthony, who was the machine. And he said, and you had me. I was Captain Wacko.
Captain Wacko.
I said, that's great. And they asked him if he's on Twitter, because if he's on Twitter, they'll put his handle in. And he said, I don't have Twitter. And somebody said, you should go with Captain Wacko as your Twitter handle and get one.
I'd be interested to see if that was still available. Here's Michael Tang in the 3rd, working on a strike.
So look for Marshall Holman on the TV shows for Junior Gold. That'll be pretty exciting. He said that he enjoys doing the TV stuff. He didn't enjoy the travel that much. And so he likes to be able to have a little taste of it, be able to do it with the limited travel. So he's kind of excited to get back in the broadcast booth later on today.
All right, 2 early opens on lane 16 for Michael Tang.
It's a tough pattern. Watched it last night. They were pretty brutal last night, especially on the fresh. They looked pretty tough. And you should expect some, I think, relatively low scores today in match play. Athens is not that easy of a pattern.
Not that easy. Gage Stelling with the early lead, though. He's clean through 6, working on a double. 2 opens so far for Marcus McLean over on 19 and 20. Back to our under 20 match. Tang looking to bounce back here, and that crosses over. Gets the hit, though.
Looks like it. I don't know, something with his hand. Maybe it came off his hand a little bit funny. Looks like he's in pain a little bit.
Gage Stelling, 3 in a row. Saw his 260 out there early on here.
Early's right. It is bright and early this morning. Some of the bowlers looked like they were dragging a little bit coming into the bowling center.
I can certainly imagine. We were here late last night. And their kids, though, they have energy unlike us in our advanced 30s now.
Yeah, and when you get to this point, the adrenaline really will carry you for these kids. The adrenaline of making match play, chance to win a junior gold title.
Right,
they can sleep tomorrow.
That's true.
They had all weekend to relax, and let's see if Gage can get another strike here. Or double-handed lefty. Oh yeah, no problem. It's making him look pretty easy right now.
I would say.
I do have to say that Marcus has pretty awesome pants. It's like we skipped ludicrous and went straight to plaid.
Oh wow! Spaceballs reference here at before 8 a.m. Now see the kids in the chat room; they're gonna have no idea what that means.
Clue.
There,
no clue. That's right, kids. Look up Spaceballs. It's a great movie. A spoof on Star Wars.
Under 15 match, not wasting any time here.
No.
And Marcus and Gage are just flying through this.
As I explained to the guys in the TV production meeting last night, the older they get, the slower they bowl in terms of the divisions. The U12s bowl super fast, the U15s bowl fast, and the U20s bowl at PBA speed.
PBA speed. All right.
We would appreciate it if you would go on to Facebook and Twitter and share the links to the live streaming. Posted all 3 live stream links on our USBC Facebook and Twitter. So if you wouldn't mind to give us a share and a retweet, we would certainly appreciate it. Try to spread the word. Get these young bowlers the audience they deserve.
Absolutely.
Brandon Martin had a crossover there that didn't carry, left a 10-pin.
Gage Stelling with another strike over on 19 and 20.
He's just cruising along over there.
So he's stepping up in the 10th right now. We'll,
yeah, I'd flip over to that. I'm sure Brandon's going to make his 10-pin. We'll let you know if he doesn't. Ooh, got that one a little left.
So got to simmer down after that one.
Yeah, simmer down now.
But chance to be in the 230s here.
It's a great game on this tough pattern, this tough Athens pattern.
And Marcus had a few miscues in the middle of the game, but overall has a few strikes. Double up there, he can still get to 196, which definitely isn't a bad game on this tough Athens pattern on the start, or on the fresh especially, but could find himself down 40 plus here. Michael Tang delivered a fantastic strike on 16, making it a double.
You know, it sure seemed like watching yesterday that 200's a really good game on this pattern. And if you shoot 400 for the 2, I think you got a really good chance to win.
All right, looks like Gage might try something else on the fill ball there, but 233 in the books.
Great start. Give him a nice cushion going into the second game. We've got at least 4 rounds of match play for you here this morning in the U20 and the U15s, and then the 5th round this morning would be an if necessary round. So if the undefeated player in round 6 is what it actually is, loses, then they were to be at round 7.
All right, Marcus spared so far. He can get to 184, but that's going to be a pretty sizable margin, nearly 50 pins. If he gets a strike, it'll be 49. That shot got a little right off his hand. So 178, so plus 55 for Gage Stelling, our under 15 match.
Mike makes a spare. It's down by 11. Sorry, 9. 5.5 frames.
So Brandon has been clean so far here, halfway through game one, but still trying to find that right look to the pocket. Crossed over his last shot. Much better. Great effort there in the 6th.
Just joining us this morning, we're live at Junior Gold Stardust Bowl, Anniston, Illinois, just outside Chicago. Junior Gold presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. This is our 3rd round of match play. Bowled 2 rounds last night, and we will wrap things up today. We will take you all the way up until the championship matches, and that is when the TV folks take over, and these shows will be broadcast 3 Tuesday nights in August at 10 p.m. Eastern Time.
Great shot for the double there for Brandon Martin.
Doubles can be hard to come by on this pattern.
Over in our under 15 match, Gage started with an open. Marcus spare strike. These kids are going so fast though for waking up this early to get out here. They're
yeah, that
they're not
match,
getting their money's worth.
That match is as far and away faster than any other match in the house. These guys aren't messing around. Michael with a 2-4 on that shot. Looks like he just didn't quite hit it at the bottom. We saw a lot of bowlers try to attack this pattern a lot of different ways last night, some with varying degrees of success. I'd say last night the best look we saw out of anybody was the look that Michael Coffey had playing up the gutter with a urethane ball.
Unfortunately for Michael, he lost his next match, yeah. So he's bowling further down on the low end of
he's bowling
the
Dallas
house.
Leong, and he's going to be down pretty big in the first game.
Dallas made a fantastic run to stay alive last night right here on Bowl TV. Threw 5 strikes in a row late to force Kyle Cook to double. Strike from Gage Stelling.
Michael Coffey had 188, and Dallas Leong is going to be in the 250s. 250, an excellent game on this pattern. The way the scoring pace is, it feels like if you get a 40 or 50 pin lead after the first game, you got a pretty good chance to win the match.
Looking at Marcus's body language over on 19 and 20.
Yeah, he looks done.
Yeah, he's
can't give up, son.
Just kind of getting up there, throwing it. Not really setting too much. He's taking care of business, trying to get home, I guess, maybe. It's
hard in the U15 and U12 division. They're so young. They don't have a lot of experience bowling and match play like this, and sometimes it can get a little frustrating. And although the pattern is tough, you still never know.
Oh, absolutely.
Whether, I mean, look, Gage with almost a washout there. The 7 fell a little bit late. Things can turn.
They're in the 4th frame over there on 1920. We're in the 8th frame here in our under 20 match.
Brandon Martin is very deliberate, we'll say. He's got a great release, though.
That he does.
carries. Give anything to have a release like that. Those are good.
Methodical Martin. Taking care of business here. Go back to Gage covered the spare. In the fourth, he's up in the fifth frame, the two-handed lefty.
Messenger came across and got the 7-pin out, but left the 10.
Avoids disaster. But still looking in pretty good shape to advance after a nice 230 to start. See if he can take care of the single pin. Switches to his spare ball, no problem.
Brandon's kind of taking control of this match right here. 3 strikes in a row. 9th frame.
That looks in.
A little high, yeah. Tell he just didn't pitch it quite right far enough and didn't really have a chance to get it in the pocket. Still up by 45 pins if he can make the spare though. Well, we didn't see it, but Marcus McLean just got a little angry with himself. He just left the 2-pin on a double. Guess maybe he was thinking, had some hopes of mounting the comeback, and then he got up and missed it. Open frame for Brandon Martin.
Still in very good position to be ahead going into game 2. Michael Tang can get to 185. Quick look at Gage in the 6th frame.
Gage is in good shape to advance here. Had that 55 pin lead after the first game, and he's even this game with Marcus with the spare. So with 4 frames left, if he makes the spare, he'll be up by 55. Michael Tang up 9th frame. Needs to try to figure something out here. Let's see what he does. He's moved right. He's moved way right. That's gonna hook. I think that you can play that far right, but you can't be that direct. You got to get the ball to go down the lane, even with you're throwing urethane. It's got to get down the lane and then turn the corner. It can't hook at your toes. Otherwise, it's going to go high.
Definitely not in. And as you said, right off his hand, you saw that just getting ready to eventually make that motion and head high.
Yeah, I mean, almost as soon as the ball hit the lane, it started to turn it over. It seemed like.
Gage was unable to convert the spare. Great shot in the 7th, though.
Still up 44.
So Michael's max now 175.
Let's see if he sticks with it. To the right here, looks like he will. That one gets down the lane a little better.
Much better shot.
Yep.
Gets the late hit of the 10.
It's a little bit closer to what he's looking to do, I think.
So maybe just not the execution he was hoping for on the first attempt with that.
Yeah, probably. Appreciate you tuning in this morning, bright and early. Be here with you for, well, probably at least another 4 hours, maybe 5, depending on if we have the if necessary. You would think that we have a high likelihood of having the if necessary, at least in one of the streams. The U12s get done a little quicker. That's another good shot. He could be in good shape now.
And that's what we saw with, talked about the Michael Coffey match already, but yeah, for those first about 7-8 frames, Michael looked just completely baffled by what was going on out there, and then made the right ball change, and all of a sudden he was finishing up with 250 and coasting to a win against Cameron Doyle.
Yeah, this shaping up kind of similar if Michael can execute playing out there.
I think Brandon still has a pretty good look. Those last three, or before a shot in the ninth, just got it a little bit left, but those three preceding it, though, were all real good shots. So two different lines to the pocket here, and that's tough to argue against,
yeah,
though.
That looks pretty good. He's made the right move.
All right, Gage Stelling is going to advance in our under 15 match over on 19 and 20.
Jack Jones in the chat asking if there's going to be any girls match play. There's plenty of girls match play going on right now on the other channel. You've got to go to bowl.com. Actually, probably the best way to do it would be go to youtube.com/bowltv, and you'll see all three streams on that page. Yeah, so youtube.com/bowltv, or you can go to our USBC Facebook or Twitter. We've got them on there as well. But we do have three streams going right now. We've got one for the U12 division. We've got one for the girls, the U20 and U15 girls, and then we've got ours, which is the boys for the U15 and the U20.
Marcus McLean finishes up with 158 in game 2 for 336. Gage Stelling, the nice 230 to kick off competition today, is going to keep moving on in the contenders bracket. Great run by Marcus, though, here at the 2015 event. So it looks like we'll just be sticking to lane 15 and 16 here. They finished 2 games in the time it took these guys 1. Brandon Martin looking for the double. Looks pretty good. Tough break. Great shot there.
Looked like a pin might come from behind and give that 9-pin a little nudge. Still going to have a 23-pin lead going into game 2, but Michael Tang showing signs of putting something together here in that 10th frame.
In our under 15 match, Gage Stelling 411, Marcus McLean 336. Nice showing by Gage here, bright and early and at Stardust Bowl. So 23-pin advantage, Brandon Martin heading into game 2.
one started hooking early on him.
Michael has a few pretty good set of eyes behind him right now. His brother Darren, Chris Vi. Mary Wells was just there. She walked off though. Some very talented young players. Brandon staring at a split to kick off game 2, the 4-8-10. Brandon was a part of the Wichita State development team this past season.
U15 featured match is over, so focusing on the U20 boys match. We're going to have a pretty good match here in this last game. Just got a whole bunch closer, that open frame. What was the difference coming in, 23?
23 pins, yep.
So now it's down to 12 after just a frame here in this game.
Nice bounce back though after the early open. Alright, talked about Michael taking home the Intercollegiate Singles Championships title for San Jose State just back in April in Wichita. Also earned Player of the Year for the 14-15 season in the collegiate ranks.
He's definitely a talented young up-and-coming player. He got that one a little right. It looked like he was trying to be a little more firm with it than he was in the last frame, but he just got it a little right. So you can't be firm and right, because that's not going to be a good combination.
Firm and right makes it wrong.
Yeah, that's right, but you also can't be soft with it because it's going to go a little high. So.
And we saw him when he made that move on 16 as well in the 9th frame of game 1. The ball kind of took off his hand. So maybe a little overcompensation as well for that, but staring down the 2-8 now.
what Michael does here.
That looked right. It's close, but
it's a little closer than last time. He's kind of in a, kind of an in-between zone there, where if he's a little bit soft with it, it's going to go high. And that time I thought it was a little bit better. Got a little firm with it, and I thought it might strike, and it didn't quite get up. So he's got to find that middle ground in terms of ball speed, because that's pretty much what it's going to come down to for Mike, it looks like. I think his ball reaction is good, and it's better than it was before. Just got to control the ball speed a little bit better. Shaking his head a little bit over here. Looks a little frustrated. Big opportunity here for Brandon Martin, though. Strike series up 25 in the match.
something wasn't right, so Brandon steps off. Maybe an issue with his footing, it looks like. What we can see off camera.
Got inside and wheeling it a little bit.
Hear him saying good shot to himself.
It's a good double.
Great double.
Up by 35 now.
Great discipline up there on the approach as well. Pulling the reins back after that first shot, or the first attempt at the shot in the third. Something didn't feel right, so
yeah. What did I say? I said 35?
25.
It's too early in the morning for this math stuff.
Oh, you gotta get your practice now for the show later. So.
Yeah, it's one of the things I do for the TV show is I sit in the truck and we make sure that the score bug is right that you see on your screen and follow along. Fortunately, it's pretty computer generated, but you still have to determine the washout. You have to determine what people need to win a match as the 10 falls late, and that's a nice break there.
That's a huge break.
He hasn't even seen it yet.
We'll have to get a score correction up there as well. And yeah, he just saw it. He said,
it
"Whoa."
Fell. He's looked at us. He's like, "Did it fall?" I didn't think he saw it. Pin was rolling around and knocked that 10 out just at the last second. It's a nice break. Makes that spare about, I don't know, 100 times easier than it.
I would say, and that's, I mean, to start, it was pretty fortunate in count as well.
Yeah,
it was
for sure.
could have been 6, could have been 5. All of a sudden it turned into 8, and then all of a sudden a huge gift there.
Yeah, I mean the difference between having to shoot the head pin and the 110 is pretty huge, because I mean, I'd say it's about a 100% chance he's going to make the spare now, versus about a 60% chance that we'd make the 110. He almost proved me wrong. I don't know why he didn't just throw his strike ball at it. I mean, it's a head pin. It seemed a little risky to me, unnecessary risk.
Brandon taking the glasses off after that one, sitting a pair away, and just kind of shaking his head a little bit, but still in control of this match.
Not sure that he's missed the head pin much at all in this match.
No, I think that might have been the...
I mean, you would think the odds would be pretty good if you throw a strike ball at it, you would make it. Anyway, still up by 24. Michael Tang, he's got that deficit. Trying to get it back.
That's got it. Nice.
A little closer.
See, the Wiseman jinx almost works on head pin leaves as well.
Man, I'm never saying again that somebody's 100% to make a spare. Michael was right in between the ball speed level right there. Was not as firm as the last ones. It picked up. Almost looked for a second like it was going to go high, but it set up high flush. I guess that's the good thing about throwing looks like a urethane ball, is it's not going to overreact too much. Michael can cut it to 14. Oh, what a break. Trips out the 4. And that is a big double right there from Michael Tang.
We saw Brandon catch the break with the 10-pin falling out on what would have been a washout on 15, and then Michael comes back with a nice trip 4.
Puts the pressure back on Brandon now. Makes the match a whole lot different, that big double by Tang. Now a 14-pin lead for Brandon Martin. 6 frames to go for him. Not a great shot there. It leaves the 3. It really, on this Athens pattern, it doesn't seem like any part of the lane that you play, there's much area. You don't have much margin for error. If you're playing where Brandon is, you can't miss right because you miss the head pin. You miss a little left, you go through the face like that. So in some instances, it's better to try to take the pattern out of play a little bit, and straighter is greater, and I think that's kind of what Michael's doing.
I have to say I agree with you, and we keep going back to that Cameron Doyle Michael Coffey match, and Michael kind of did that late in game 1 all the way into game 2.
Yeah.
Whereas Cameron's ball reaction was definitely was
bad.
That's one way of putting it. Yes, I was thinking of a kinder way of saying it, but
little sugarcoat things. Yeah, I mean, sometimes when they're tough like this, the less boards that the ball can cross, the better. Try to keep yourself out of some trouble. When Brandon throws it good, looks like he's got a good look.
Better shot.
Yep, that's a nice one. Well, Tang can take the lead with a couple of strikes. If he strikes in the 6th and the 7th, he'll have the lead. Down by 13 right now, I believe. So strike here would cut it to 3. Another strike would give him, flip it to +7. So this is a big shot here for Michael Tang.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy. Got quick with the feet.
Avoids the washout, but loses a few pins on count there.
Looked like he just got a little quick with it, I think, and
yeah, that ball got
have a chance.
Got to the right quick, and
it was almost a gutter duster. A few matches still going on across the house. Looks like they have Crystal Elliott and Angelica Anthony on our girls pair right now. U12s look like they are done with this round. They'll be getting started when we get started with our next round. Looks like Jordan Malott, Wes Malott's son, lost down there on the U12 side. Michael Tang is up by 6 this game, but down in the match by 17.
That's not going to make it up the hill.
He missed it at the bottom. He never got any hand in it. Another 6 count washout. So one thing about throwing a urethane ball, if you don't hit it at the bottom, it's got no chance. Gotta give this a run here. Try to make this washout. 1, 2, 8, 10. Nope. Yeah, he knew. He let it go. It didn't have a chance. And Michael is on the verge now of getting bumped from this tournament. Just like that, Brandon Martin's lead goes from 17 pins to 33.
Just received word that our coworker Terry Bigham joining us. He's actually in the office before 8:22, so
that's the surprising part.
that is impressive. Well done, Mr. Bigham.
Brandon Martin now up 33. Strike here, 43 pin lead, and he'll be in the driver's seat with 2.5 frames to go.
That's in.
That's in, yep. Oh, what a break. Trips out the 6. Gets the double. Now up by 43.
Such an interesting and different pace from what we saw with our under 15 match, where they were just really getting up there, going and bowling. You can see what those few extra years, that experience in college, is these guys making sure everything is good to go here.
Three in a row. Up by 50 plus pins now with 2.5 frames to go. And looks like Brandon's going to be moving through the bracket here. Unless something really dramatic happens in the last 2.5 frames.
Well, Michael can still get to 217. That means Brandon would need at least 195. Definitely well on pace to get there.
Yeah, Brandon's going at a 217 pace. So I think Brandon, if he just stays clean, he's in great shape. May only need 1 mark in the last 2 frames, even if Michael makes this or to strike out.
Looking at the bracket, I think we'll be on 17 and 18 with an under 15 winners bracket match coming up next. I think we might have to go to 13 and 14 for our other match, but we'll double check that after these guys finish up here. Martin looking for 4 in a row. Gets
Nice
it.
shot. He's going to do it. He's going to move on in our match play bracket.
Another great shot here from Brandon Martin. Staying alive in the contenders bracket. For Michael Teng, another impressive showing here at Junior Gold, and earned himself a spot on Junior Team USA from his performance throughout qualifying. Six in a row. Looks like we have just one other match going on in the house over on 11 and 12. Zach Krantz and Jacob Klein. They're in the 9th frame. Great performance here from Brandon Martin in advancing. .245 gives him 4:43. Get a few more shots from Michael here to wrap things up before we get ready for round number 4 coming up shortly after everyone finishes up here. So we'll be moving the cameras around a little bit, getting ready for that. But everyone hang tight, round 4 will be up in just a few minutes. Here are the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Rotogrip, and Master. We are at Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois. So it looks like a 4:43 to 3:78. Brandon Martin over Michael Teng to stay alive in the contenders bracket. Just like that. Round 3, at least on our pairs, all done. So everyone hang tight. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
think we accidentally stole your pen off the. I didn't mean to. Hey, I won. Come on.
round 3 of all of our bracket play. Bowlers, please report to your lanes for round 4. At this time, I'd like to announce our bowlers who are joining us at the 8:30 a.m. who are still in the winner's bracket of all of our brackets. On lane 49 in the U20 girls division, Brianna Klemmer. On lane 50, Jordan Richard. On lane 57, Sierra Kanemoto. On lane 58, Sydney Brummett. Let's hear it for our U20 girls competing and joining our winners of the previous round in this round of match play. In the U15 boys division, on lane 17, Tom Hankey. On lane 18, Jalen Mosley. Lane 25, Jorge Rodriguez. And on lane 26, Joshua Donaghy. Let's hear it for our U15s that will be competing and joining our winners in round 4 of our match play. In our U20 boys division, on lane 13, Zachary Doty. Lane 14, Cortez Shank. Lane 5, Brandon Biondo. And lane 6, Chad Mead. Give it up a round of applause for our U20 boys competing in the winner's bracket of round 4. In our U15 girls division, on lane 37, Emma Elfrink. On lane 38, Emily Schrader. Lane 45, Danielle Jedlicki. And on lane 46, Tommy White. There, a nice round of applause for our U15 girls competing in the winner's bracket of round 4. Now in our U12 division, our red bracket final. On lane 65, Aaliyah Aline. And on lane 66, Christina Cato. In our blue bracket final, on lane 69, Amanda Nojokas. And on lane 70, Kaylee Chanel. Let's hear it for our finalists in the U12 girls division of our red and blue brackets. In our under 12 boys division, our red bracket finalists, on lane 67, Spencer Robarge. And on lane 68, Manuel Rosich. Our blue bracket finalists, on lane 71, Cameron Hurwitz. And on lane 72, Nolan Blessing. Let's have a nice round of applause for our U12 boys and U12 girls bracket finalists. Bowlers, at this time, your lanes will be coming on for your 10 minutes of practice. hour prior to the event, so make sure to get here early so you're not left out. Spectators and guests, let's give these finalists a round of applause as they begin round 4 of their double elimination match play competition. Bowlers, your lanes are now on for competition, arrows are ready. Good luck and good bowling.
All right, we're back up and running here, ready to go with our 4th round of match play at the Junior Gold Championships, presented by Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. We've got a U20 match between Zach Doty and Cortez Schenk that we can take a look at, and we also have a U15 match between Tom Hankey and Jalen Mosley.
Tom Hankey earned a spot on the development team of Junior Team USA for leading qualifying in the under 15 division.
Yeah, Tom bowled good this week. I know that when I had my first look at the U15 boys and he came on the pair, I didn't realize that he was leading the tournament, but I said, man, he throws it good. And then I looked at the standings. Oh, wow, makes sense now. He's the one right up there. Tom with the spot on the U15 developmental team. That means he'll get to go to the training center in Arlington, Texas, and work with the Team USA coaches for a week. That's a pretty nice benefit. That'll help to develop his skills as he gets older. Jalen, a little high on that one, leaves the 4-pin.
I think we got to see Jalen yesterday in the very opening round of match play.
I believe you're right.
Still alive, won both of his matches yesterday to stay in the winner's bracket.
Got 3 live streams going on for you right now. You can find them all at youtube.com/bulltv. Looks like our U20 girls match, Jordan Richard against Brianna Clemmer. And then the U12 division getting started down there.
2 nice shots out of the gate for Jalen. We'll switch over to Zach Doty. Both him and Cortez still in the winner's bracket as well. Cortez looked like he made short work of this Athens pattern. 431 in his opening match, 464 on his second. So these guys are bowling on the fresh right now. So these pairs weren't used in round 3. Zach takes care of the spare. Both of them spared the opening frame over on 13 and 14. Switch over to Zach up in the second frame. Misses to the right. Leaves the 1-2-4. Tom did not like that one off his hand, but just staring down a 5-pin now. Zach unable to convert, so an early open for him. Jalen crosses over, catches a nice break for an early double. Here's our first look at Cortez today.
Is that one right? This is the head pin, 1, 2, 4 is the leave.
So that was the same thing that Zach had left. Back to Jalen, working on double. All right, playing that deep inside line here in the early going on the fresh. Cortez with the spare has the early advantage through 2. Tom Hankey in the 4th. Comes in a little bit light, leaves the 2. Cortez left the 6-9 over on lane 13. Unable to convert. So he's got 44 in the 3rd. Zach can regain the advantage after an open of his own. Lucas, I feel this match is going to be a little not as quick as we saw our first under 15 match go that just flew by.
Yeah, probably not.
Take a look at Zach up in the 3rd frame.
Zach leads by 2 after an open by Cortez. Ooh, 2-8-10 for Hankey, and he looks a little upset.
That seemed to be, granted this is, as I mentioned, this is the fresh, but that Dallas Leon Kyle Cook match early on, the 210 combination was, we couldn't get rid of it.
Seems like it's not that difficult to leave the 2-8-10 on this pattern.
Zach takes advantage of the double though, or of the Brooklyn. Throws a good shot in the 4th for an early double. Great shot from Jalen. Two great shots here in the 5th and 6th frame. Jalen Mosley taking the early advantage in round 4. Cortez stepping up in the 4th frame on 14. through the nose, leaves the 610.
Cortez covers it up. He's down by a mark.
Question in the chat, who won the Doyle-Perry match? That actually went to bonus bowling, and Cameron was able to stay alive in the 9th and 10th frame roll-off. He's bowling down on 1 and 2, it looks like now. Cortez still looking for his first strike.
Tom looking a little confused after leaving the 2-8, or sorry, the 210 on that left lane. He 2-8-10 frame before on the left lane. He's fallen into a pretty deep hole here.
Great conversion though.
Picks it up.
Still looking for that first strike though. Jalen crosses over for a second time on 18. Doesn't get the carry in the 7th. Zach looking to make it 3 in a row in the 5th. Trips the 4 late forward. So 34 pin advantage for Jalen Mosley here in game 1 of our under 15 match.
Nice high flush strike. Jalen. Zach is taking it to Cortez here in game 1. Working on 3 strikes in a row. Now it's 4. And a 46 pin lead for Zachary Doty. .34 pin deficit for Tom Hankey. 8th frame of game 1. 4th round of match play here at Junior Gold.
Cortez gets his first strike in the 6th frame, but still has a lot of work to do here. Zach working on 4 in a row. Hankey making a move right on the lane, going a little more direct, and still ends up going through the nose, leaves the 6 pin. Saw some excitement with Brandon Biondo yesterday, and might have heard a cheer in the background. He's getting amped up again as Henke misses the single pin. Break for Cortez, crossing over in the 7th. So Jalen can really put some pressure here in the early going. Not happy to see it cross over, but
That's a big double, though.
those are the rules. You got to take it.
That's right. It's almost a 60-pin lead for Jalen now, heading into the 10th frame of game 1. Over to Zachary Doty, who has 4 strikes in a row. Cortez stepped up and doubled. Crossing over and leaves the single pin.
First shot of the 10th for Jalen. 3-9, not a fun one to shoot on these tough patterns. No problem on the spare, though. He can get to 211 still. .210 out of the gates. Jalen Mosley. Very nice. He's going to have a sizable lead going into game 2. Looking to continue on in the under 15 winners bracket. Henke can still get to 164. Still looking for his first strike. Tom delivers his first attempt in the 10th.
Zachary with a couple of spares in his last 2 frames gives Cortez an opportunity to make up some ground here. I think you might be able to read the scoreboard on your screen there at the top. Looks like it when it's on the.
I believe so.
On
Yeah.
the screen, so that's pretty nice. This is the last round where we'll have to switch between the matches. The rest of the way, we'll have them right in front of us.
Tom missed wide on his second shot in the 10th, so he's going to be in the 150s. He's going to have a 50-pin deficit to make up here. Definitely going to be some tough work on this Athens pattern.
Yeah, that's a huge deficit on this pattern.
So 56 pin difference advantage Jalen Mosley. Cortez down 34, getting ready for the 9th frame. For a little bit more hold on that one, but now staring down the 6, 7, 10. Zach will have the opportunity to finish up first here. Still has 232 available. Jalen started with a strike. Tom Hankey leaves the bucket on his first shot. These are winners bracket matches, so no one from our two pairs that we're showing will be eliminated after this round. Just have to work a little bit harder if you get knocked to the contenders bracket.
Yeah, and really there aren't that many rounds left. Just a couple more to go. We're kind of getting down to the nitty-gritty pretty fast. This is round 4. We've got round 5 coming up next, and then round 6 is our kind of our first round where we could have our TV finalists come from. If the undefeated players lose in round 6, there'd be an if necessary round 7 to close things out to determine the TV finalists.
And of course, if you're interested in the under 15 and under 20 girls divisions or the under 12 boys and girls divisions, you can find those on our other streams going on right now. Go to youtube.com/BowlTV. You can select right from there. Have the folks from Storm working the 15 and 20 girls divisions, and Craig Elliott from Michigan Bowler TV in the under 12. So Zach can get to 212. Cortez has a max score of 173, so it'll be at least nearly a 40-pin lead. Looks like 210 for Zach. Nice start here. Quick glimpse at our under 15 pair in the third frame already at game 2. Tom Hankey's going to need a few more strikes. Jalen gave him an open in the third.
Yeah. Excuse me, yeah, Tom's got to start striking now, and he wiggles the 2. Doesn't get it to go, though.
Cortez shanking. 10th frame underway. Also leaves a 2-pin. Drops his max to 163. Looks like Brandon Martin, who we just saw in our feature pair, is going to start off with a big game. Finding the right look here on the Athens pattern. Has a chance to get to 255. Down on 9 and 10. Messenger for Tom.
He gets a strike, trying to get a little fired up.
Got me a few more hits like that. Martin on 9 and 10, taking on Zach Krantz. Cortez finishes up 162, so he finds himself down 48. Once again, thanks everyone for joining us here on Friday morning. We are in the area of lanes 13 through 20 at Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois for the 2015 USBC Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm Roto-Grip and Master. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Lucas Wiseman. We'll be here all the way until the finalists are determined. Thanks everybody for tuning in and potentially slacking off on the workday. It's almost the weekend anyway, so it's a good time to tune into Bowl TV.
Got a lot of folks tuning in between the 3 channels this morning, it looked like.
I'm sure a lot of competitors this week keeping tabs on just the tournament and their friends, and of course summer break. Although I would never wake up this early on summer break, so
yeah,
more power to them. All right, so Zach starts off with an open over on 13 and 14. He's up 48 going into game 2. Let's see if Tom can get his first double here. Over-under reaction continues for Tom. He's down 56 entering this match, and with the spare, he'll only gain 1 pin. When you think about it, a 2-game match seems like definitely a long time out there on the lanes to kind of put something together, and you really can't be out of it too soon. But I'm sure through these competitors' heads, these matches are going way too fast. Great shot there from Tom. Looks like he's got 17 figured out, just needs to find the right combination on 18. And
hope he has enough time.
Time definitely a factor now. Jalen just the 1 open so far, working on back-to-back spares. Great shot in the 6th. Still up 55. Cortez looking to start a spare in game 2. This game 10 pins back already. Big double there from Jalen. He's looking to keep the momentum going here. Only 4 competitors left in the winner's bracket. Probably cut down to 2 after this, so Jalen put himself in fantastic position to make a run at an under 15 title. Tom figure out 18. There he goes. Great shot, Tom. So little room for error now. Zach still up 38 over on 13 and 14 in our under 20 match.
Tom's been trying to put the pressure on Jalen here, but only 3 frames to go. He's going to back up and start it over again.
So look at Zach in the third.
Nice shot.
All right, looks like Tom's ready to go. 8th frame, working on 2 in a row.
Oh man, super washout. And looks like he is going to lose this match.
Just gets the 2, so his max score now 198. So goes down 56. So pretty safe to say Jalen Mosley continues his run in the winners bracket. For Tom, our top qualifier, he's going to have to do a little work now. So that's going to do it for our under 15 match. I think Jalen just needs a few pins here to shut Tom out of the match. So we'll switch over to our under 20 pair after this shot. Cortez Schenk. 3 spares to start with a strike in the 4th. Zach Dottie was up 48. Coming into the match, he can extend his lead by another pin with a strike here in the 4th.
Few more rounds to go this morning before we know our TV finalists. TV final is going to be taped today. If you happen to be in the Chicago area, you're welcome to come out to watch. There's no charge. Tapings are going to be at 2 o'clock for the U12 division, 5 o'clock for the U15, and 7 o'clock for the U20s. That's here at Stardust Bowl in Addison. Can't promise you'll get a seat if you come out because it's first come, first serve. Well, I don't really have any idea how many people are going to show up, but
Do I get a seat?
we'll see.
Let's see.
We'll see. I think we'll give you one.
I appreciate that.
You probably have to walk over to the set and tell them that you need a seat, but they usually take care of you.
That they do.
Either that or you can come sit in the TV truck with me. But it's a little hard to do the interviews and stuff from the truck.
That would make it tough. Although I'm sure the kids would enjoy the opportunity to see what goes into to making some of these fine CBS broadcasts.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool experience to sit in the TV truck during a show. Even more so during a live TV show because it gets a little crazy. But it's a lot of work that goes into making a TV show for bowling. A lot of people don't realize how expensive it is. For the 3 shows today, it's going to cost about $125,000 to produce those shows to air on CBS Sports Network. And so, Aaron, your first question may be, well, where does that $125,000 come from? Spectator fees to come watch the competition this week.
So it's not coming from you then.
It's not coming from me.
All right.
I do not have $125,000 to give to the TV fund, but it comes from those spectator passes that they sell for Junior Gold last year and this year. 100% of that money goes right into putting this event on TV. Final score was Jalen 391 and Tom 332. About a 60-pin win for Jalen. Cortez is trying to claw back in his match.
That's a huge double right there.
How much is he down going into this game, Aaron?
He was down 48, so the double drops it to 29. Definitely put some pressure on Zach with one more here in the 6th.
Cortez is a great up-and-coming player. He is very, very talented, has some good coaching back in Phoenix.
I was going to say, is this his first year in the under 20 class as well? Because I know he won.
Good question. I know he won the U15, right? A couple years ago.
I think in 13.
I think last year he might have moved up, but I'm not sure. He gets some good coaching from Mike Calderon. He's
Yeah,
really been developing pretty well over the years.
I'd say so. Yeah, definitely saw Mike around earlier, checking up on a few of his guys.
Not that Cameron Doyle's that old, but I would say that Cortez Shank might have the potential to be the next Cameron Doyle of his age group.
Yeah, old man Cameron, what, 17 now?
I know, right? Cortez just a little bit younger, but a rising star in the world of youth bowling.
Big shot there from Zach. Double in the 5th and 6th.
Not very many other matches going on right now in the bowling center. U20 boys look like they're the slowest by far. I think everybody else might be done.
Zach gives it back a lot of count there with the 5-count washout.
Yeah, not in addition to a lot of count, it's a hard spare to make.
Also true. So
this thing's got the potential to get a little bit closer here.
only able to get the 3, so that will put him at 120 in the 7th. With a double in the 7th and the 8th. Cortez can cut the deficit to just 13. It's got to be nice to have that experience of already winning here at Junior Gold in his back pocket for moments like this.
Yanked it, 3-6-10. Oh, goodness. Misses it. Open frame.
Deficit 37 for Cortez.
That's tough. Give away a lot of pins right there. 37 pin deficit with 3 frames to go is pretty hefty. Cortez doesn't waste any time once he gets the ball in his hand.
Oh, once he definitely knows what he's going to do when he gets up there. Great shot in the 8th.
Yeah, he's still steaming over that missed spare, though.
You never know, though. Still has 221 out there.
That's not over.
Dottie on a 180 pace.
Definitely not over.
Nice bounce back shot after the washout from Zach. Unable to get the shredded lettuce there.
Make the spare here, maintain the lead. A couple of frames to go. Zach is up 37. Is that right, Aaron? 37? Looks like.
Yep.
2 frames left. So I think a mark here, and no matter what Cortez does, he won't be able to shut him out. Nice strike. We'll set him up in a good position going into the 10th frame.
So with a spare and a strike 180 out there, Cortez can get to 221. So that still would not be enough to make up the 48 pin deficit. So Cortez in can't miss territory.
If Cortez strikes out, he would force Zach to throw the first one. Doesn't matter now. Because Cortez's max just went from 221 to 201. And that would put it at 165 is what Zach would need for the shutout, and he wouldn't even need a mark, even if Cortez makes this and strikes out. Because Zach, even at 9 out, is at 168, so he'd have enough.
So Zach's going to
Looks likely to advance.
likely to advance. Yes.
It's not mathematically over yet, but it will be if basically will be if Cortez doesn't strike here. But it looks like Zach is going to defeat Cortez here.
Looks like Brandon Martin is going to advance as well over on 9 and 10.
So these are knockout matches.
Those are a knockout match on 9 and 10. This is
Yeah.
this is still
still winners.
still winners bracket. Yep.
So Cortez won't be knocked out of the tournament just yet. He'll still have a chance to make the show.
That is correct. to win a few more matches, including a 2 in a row against the same opponent if for anyone coming from the contenders bracket to make the televised finals. Finishes with all three for 201 to put him at 363.
Looks like the U12s are done, though, with necessary round needed. So 2 rounds done this morning, and their TV show must be set. So we'll keep an eye on the bracket and let you know in a little bit what the update is from down there. As Zach closing out the win here against Cortez.
Looks like Dallas Leong is going to be on their next match on 15 and 16. So means he must have defeated Cameron Doyle. I believe they were facing off way down there on 1 and 2. I believe this is the final shot for round 4 across the house, so it shouldn't be too long before we get round 5 underway. .390 to .363 victory. Zach Dottie over Cortez Shank. That will conclude round 4. So once again, we'll make some adjustments to the camera here, and everybody sit tight. Round 5, mere minutes away.
And that concludes round 4 of the bracket. At this time, I would like to congratulate some bowlers in our U12 division. In our U12 boys division, bowling on our TV show beginning at 2 p.m. Spencer Robarge against Cameron Hurwitz. Let's hear it up for our U12 finalist bowlers. In the girls division, also on the 2 o'clock show, our finalists, Aaliyah Aline and Amanda Nojokis. Have a big round of applause for all of our finalists who will be competing on our TV telecast for the U12 division.
you just didn't leave it there though? You're like this. You're like. Because I don't like having it there the entire time. I like back and forth.
U15 and U20 bowlers, please report to your starting lane. Bowlers, welcome to round 5 of your bracket finals. Your lanes are now being turned on for your 10 minutes of practice.
All right, round 5 now underway. Actually, only contenders matches going on at Stardust Bowl right now. Dallas Leong taking on Cortez Schenk on 15 and 16 in the under 20 round. 17 and 18 in the under 15 grouping. Gage Stelling and Joshua Donahue. Only 6 players remain in each of the divisions. Brackets already updated on juniorgold.bowl.com.
Yeah, we're getting close to knowing our TV finalists.
The under 20 division, Zachary Dottie and Brandon Biondo still in the winner's bracket.
Both undefeated, so that means they got to be beaten twice.
Zachary will take on the winner of our match here on 15 and 16. Brandon will await the winner of Brandon Martin and Chad Mee. In our under 15 grouping, we just saw Jalen Mosley advance in the winner's bracket. George Rodriguez is the other player still undefeated. Jalen will take on the winner of Andy Campbell and Tom Hankey, while George will await the winner of our match on 17 and 18 between Gage and Josh.
So our next round after this will be the matches that start to determine who is going to make the TV finals. If the undefeated players win in the next round, they are on the show. If they lose, they have to bowl a second match. Which means all of the matches in this round are elimination matches.
So it is win or go home time here at 2015 Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Rotogrip, and Master. We just saw Cortez get knocked from the winner's bracket in round 4, so we'll see how he can regroup here. Dallas put on a great performance after losing his opening match to just stay in the tournament last night. We got to see that right here on Bowl TV.
By the way, our TV finalists are set in the U12 division. In the boys, U12 boys, Spencer Robarge against Cameron Hurwitz. That's going to be our U12 boys championship match on CBS Sports Network. And on the girls, U12 girls side, Aaliyah Elaine going to take on Amanda Najokas for the title. And they're going to tape that show at 2 p.m. this afternoon. So they bowled really quick down there on the U12 side. There were no, if necessary, matches needed. As the undefeated players in both the U12 boys and girls won.
Gage with an early double after the open in the first. Definitely tell friend's body language when Dallas likes his shot, and he liked that one and was able to take care of business. Pair of two-handers in our under 15 match. One attacking the lanes from the right, that's Josh. Gage we saw a little bit earlier today attacking from the left. This is also the first time these competitors have been on a burn pair so far today. Both round 3 and round 4 were on the fresh, just using pairs that hadn't been used yet today. But both of these have already seen some wear and tear. Competing on Athens from the World Bowling Library.
I see some folks in the chat asking when the TV shows are going to air. So I will pull that up. I want to make sure I give you the correct information. It's going to be the U12 finals are going to be August 4th, the U15 finals August 11th, and the U20 finals August 18th, all at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on CBS Sports Network. Dallas, Leo misses the 10 pin. So basically, the first 3 Tuesdays in August at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on CBS Sports Network is when those will air. And we'll give you plenty of reminders on Facebook and Twitter leading up to those shows.
Wait a second, you're on Twitter, Lucas?
At Lucas_Wiseman, if you haven't heard. You pick up any followers this week, Aaron? I tagged you in a few posts.
I got plenty of emails about retweets and likes, but unfortunately...
No, you got to follow at Aaron Smith, or at USBC Aaron.
See,
sorry.
that's the problem. You've been telling
I'm giving
people
the wrong name.
they're looking for him.
Follow Aaron Smith on Twitter at USBC Aaron. Or if you just search for USBC on Twitter, you'll find all of us. Me, Aaron, Matt, and the main account.
We'll see the power of Lucas Wiseman in action here. Cortez looking to take advantage of miscue from Leon with the miss single pin in the third. Unable to double, though. Pretty good shot. Thanks, Lucas.
You're welcome. Give you a shout out on Twitter. Dallas stepping up in the fourth, trying to rebound after that missed single pin. Down by 11.
Dallas was our high qualifier this week, but is aged out of Junior Team USA for earning an automatic bid. So that spot ended up going to the next 4 in line.
Joshua up on the right side of your screen. He strikes for a double. And that gives him a 13-pin lead in the match. All right, Josh trying to extend his lead. Double-hander delivers. And a little high on that shot. Leaves the 4-pin. Still up by 12. Cortez tied with Dallas now. After 5 frames, game 1. So pretty close early on, both matches. These players trying to stave off elimination here in this round. Trying to keep their hopes alive to make the TV finals. Cortez Shank sends a messenger across, takes out the 10.
Yeah, I think we've seen some struggles on this Athens patterns, but this pair's already got a little wear and tear. Might be time for a bit of a showdown here with Dallas and Cortez.
Yeah, maybe we can get some good scores out of this round before we get back on the fresh again for the next round, because we're going to re-oil after this. Go on fresh for the remainder.
Both Josh and Gage off to strong starts as well. 12-pin match in favor of Joshua.
Dallas with a good shot, 3 in a row. He takes the lead by 10. Oh boy. Gage with a split.
Three, 6-10. See if he can slide 3 over into the 7. Making a run at it.
Oh, just hooked a little bit at the end to slide past that 3-pin. Dallas trying to keep his momentum going. 3 strikes in a row. He's playing pretty deep. Asked for a little help, didn't get it. 3-6-10.
Joshua leaves what we like to call back home, the bucket and a biscuit. Loses some count there too with the 5 count, along with not the most fun spare to shoot at. Takes care of it though to stay clean through 7.
Cortez a chance to take the lead with a strike here. Looking for the double.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, it was nice. Throws it so good.
Great shot there by Josh in the 8th. Leads by 22.
Matt Canizaro going to be getting started with PWBA coverage on Extra Frame coming up in about 50 minutes at the top of the hour. Cortez with a strike. I did hear from Matt last night. He got everything set up and running, and it seems like he should be good to go with his live streaming. Yeah, it's Bowl TV on Extra Frame, starting at the top of the hour. PWBA Lubbock Sports Open qualifying. So if you haven't had enough bowling watching Junior Gold for many, 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 many hours, you can watch some more. As qualifying gets underway today in Lubbock, and match play in the stepladder finals tomorrow.
Definitely an exciting summer here for bowling.
There's a lot to watch. If you're a bowling fan, every Friday and Saturday for the next 2 months, basically, we'll have PWBA coverage Costs you a few bucks to watch that extra frame, but it's not that expensive when you really think about what you get for it. It's a good way to show your support for the Professional Women's Bowling Association as well. Look at that. Gage talking to the pins, giving him a talking to after that one. He collapses the 2-4-5 for the strike, or left-handed version of the 2-4-5. That'd be the 3-5-6.
Big double after the open in the 7th.
He's right back in that match, down 12. Pretty high-scoring game here between Dallas and Cortez so far. Dallas was asking for it to hurry.
Great shot there. Gives it the little kick at the back end, too.
Yeah.
And
Last time on that lane, he was asking for it to stop, and this time he gets it right and asks for it to hurry. Ends up getting the strike this time.
have the potential for a 248 to 235 start here.
That would be, I think, by far one of the highest scoring matches we've seen.
Cortez, 4 in a row, showing no, showing a short memory after that loss last round. Making some great shots here.
He's cruising along. Oh, tough open there for Joshua.
So that actually gives Gage the opportunity to move ahead in the match. With one more strike. The 10th.
Cortez, 10th frame. That's way left. How about a messenger across the deck to take out the 6-10? He'll take no pride in that strike, but he will certainly accept it. Crossover strike for Joshua.
Josh can still get to 202. Next score for Gage, 212. Question about the girls bowling. If you want to go to youtube.com/bowltv, you will actually have the opportunity to select a live stream between the U15 and U20 boys or the U15 U20 girls. The girls live stream brought to you by good folks at Storm Products, our presenter here at Junior Gold. See if Cortez can finish it off. Gets to 245. Josh at 190. So if Gage doesn't strike here, just ends up getting a spare, we're going to be essentially all locked up on our under 15 match.
Nice shot by Dallas. And a 6-pin for Gage.
Found that kind of interesting that they were both up on the approach at the same time and started their approach at the same time.
They are definitely
unfazed.
adhering to the lane courtesy rule. Sometimes you don't see that in match play. They'll wait, give 2 lanes, but they've been doing it all week. So
Yep.
171 in the 9th for Gage, and 191 if he strikes on the fill, have a 1-pin lead. Dallas trying to get as close as he can. A great shot. He's going to be within about 10 pins with a strike on the fill.
All right, Gage will take the 1-pin lead going into game 2. Dallas looking to make it a 10-pin deficit against Cortez. .232 gives Cortez Schenk a 13-pin advantage. So we've had some matches here on our feature pairs that have seen some pretty big leads after one. Both matches very close here. So hopefully we're in for an exciting finale here in round 5. All right, we apologize about the disruption in service there. It appears Comcast is not cooperating with us, and we actually lost internet connection throughout the house. But through the power of Lucas's iPhone, we're up and streaming again. Middle of game 2 here of round 5. Great shot there by Cortez, bounces back after the open in the 4th. Gage Stelling looking to advance to the semifinals, starting off with the front 4, was up 1. A few opens for Josh. Dallas was down 13-2. Start game 2. Sees control here. Great shot. The 5th for 3 in a row, showing the emotion. Gage has his string of strikes ends at 4, unable to trip out the 3. Lucas has run over to the U15, U20 girls booth to see if we can get them squared away as well. Once again, we had a internet outage as we started game 2 here, so back online though. Staring down the baby split. Gage gets that shot left, doesn't have a chance to recover, but still looking in pretty good shape here after those 4 strikes to start. The open from Dallas gives Cortez the chance to actually extend his lead to 23 with a double here. Big double there, Cortez shank. Past U15 champion, looking to add a U20 title. Josh in trouble now, looking at the 3, 4, 6, 7. He's going to need to capitalize on that strike in the 5th. Oh, he liked that one off his hand. Great shot for 3 in a row. The lead now at 23 for Cortez over Dallas Leong. Dallas in the 7th. Big shot there. Still in this match. Joshua's going to need a few more like that. Max score of 192. Still out there. Gage on a 220 pace was up 1, so essentially can just fill frames here and advance to the semifinals. Dallas looking for a double on 15. 8th frame. Gets that shot wide. Lucky not to have the washout. Doesn't lose any count there, but might need some help from Cortez along the way. Open from Gage still puts him at a 212 pace.
Well, unfortunately, we can't get the girls streaming up and running, but we will hopefully get the internet restored in a timely manner. If you know anybody at Comcast, feel free to give them a call and tell them that we need the internet fixed.
That's true.
Worst case scenario on the girls' side, after this round, we will record and upload after the fact their final rounds down there.
Gage looking at back-to-back opens here. Is Cortez
Nice shot.
in the driver's seat now?
Yeah, 4 strikes in a row.
So let's see if Josh can throw a double here in the 8th and 9th and maybe tighten up that arm swing of Gage a little bit here. Gage can still take this home with just 2 marks and good count.
Looks like Cortez is up 20 this game. What was the difference coming in?
13.
So he's up by 33 and now 43.
Getting lined up here.
Yeah.
Throwing some fantastic shots down the stretch.
Going to be up at least 43 going in the 10th. That's almost impossible to beat. Nice shot by Joshua.
Splits the 8-9.
It's a pretty big double. Where do we stand in that one?
It was just 1 pin advantage to Gage.
Coming into this game?
Coming into this game, so start off with 4 in a row and
about 30 pins lead for Gage still. More than that.
Josh can max out at 192, so
40 pin lead for Gage right now.
that's going to drop Dallas's max score to 203. So Cortez is going to be good. Huge double there by Josh. Some clutch shots in the 8th and the 9th. It's going to make Gage show up here. What a fantastic tournament for Dallas Leong. He's going to get knocked out here, but what a run.
Yeah, he led after 24 games, which is no easy task on, what, 4 or 5 different patterns. And then he made a nice run here in match play, got pretty deep into the bracket, but
it's true, especially after losing his first match, had to win a few more to make his way here, and certainly we will hear more from him. Enough in the past. Which is the limit though. So Gage needs a mark to shut out. Chance to steal this match.
ooh, comes in a little light. Flirting with a potential difficult spare there, depending on how things went, but it ends up getting 9, leaving 3 pins. So should be a pretty straightforward spare.
So we'll need the conversion and then just to stay behind or keep the ball in the lane.
Gets it done.
Dallas Leong finishes up 192 for 424. Great junior gold for him. Cortez will advance to face Zach Doty.
Well, the good news with the internet situation is that we've got a little bit of a break after this round for a re-oil. So maybe that'll give Comcast a chance to get their act together and get our internet turned back on.
Gage seals the deal. He'll move on to face George Rodriguez in the semifinals. He'll need to win 2 matches to make it to TV now. Same with Cortez.
Yep. Who's Cortez going to bowl?
Cortez will face off against Zach Dottie.
And what pair is that one going to be on? I'm guessing it's not on 15 and 16. Should have lane numbers.
They'll be on 21 and 22.
Okay.
We will have the winner of Brandon Martin and Chad Mee taking on Brandon Biondo on 17 and 18.
Okay.
And the winner of Andy, actually that's going to be, and then Gage is actually going to move over to 15 and 16 taking on George Rodriguez.
Gotcha.
So that will be our next round here. Joshua
nice finish. Yeah.
finishing off right, just some troubles early in the middle of or early in the game here, and yeah, what could have been, but
He's gonna come up just a little short, isn't he?
but a great event for Joshua as well.
I think Josh can end up losing by about a mark, and he missed a single pin in the third. Pretty much the difference.
468 to 424. Cortez Schenk over Dallas Leong in our under 20 match.
It's got to be one of the higher scoring matches we've had.
Great finish there by Josh.
Yeah, ends up losing by 9 pins. 391 to 382.
Matches here in round 6. As you mentioned, we'll take a little bit longer to get up here. We still have our match between Martin and me going on. Not me, but Chad me. Over a few pairs to our left.
All right, so we'll have a little bit of a break here. We'll keep the stream up and running. I've got unlimited bandwidth on data on my phone, so let's just go for it. We'll just leave it up.
All right.
We're gonna hope that our internet comes back for the girls so that we can get back online with them. And I think our break here is gonna be 20, 30 minutes. They're still finna low. Me. Then we should get started with the re-oil and get underway
Just like
sometime
that.
after 11.
Perfect.
So we'll see you back here in a little bit here on Bold TV.
The under 15 and under 20 brackets. Bowlers competing in round 6. We will have a quick competition break. And we'll be back bowling as soon as they are done re-oiling the lanes.
No, I was thinking, I was like, last night I was laying in bed going, well, 18 and a half hours, that's so long. Let's see if we can make it. It wasn't that long though.
Not that long.
Yeah, I got in here at, I got here at 6:30 and I left at 12. 10:30. I would have read a parody to that song, Boy Crush or Girl Crush. She's staring at next week at TBC. With good eyes. I'm doing it. Yes. And then the week that he's in California for the baseball game in between TPC and Las Vegas Open, he's gonna come running and jumping into my arms.
Right.
to your lanes for round 6 of your bracket match play competition. At this time, I would like to introduce the bowlers competing in our divisional finals of each bracket. In the red bracket of the under 15 girls division, on lane 53, Danielle Jedlicki. On lane 54, Brogan Zingel. On lane 49, Emily Schrader. And on lane 50, Emma Elfring. In our under 20 girls division, on lane 47, Sierra Kanemoto. On lane 48, Sydney Brummett. On lane 43, Jordan Richard. And on lane 44, Brianna Clemmer. Let's hear it for the girls competing in our under 15 and under 20 brackets.
Next lane, Gabe.
In our under 20 boys bracket, on lane 22, Cortez Shank. On lane 21, Zachary Doty. Lane 17, Brandon Biondo. And on lane 18, Chad Mead. Bowling in our under 15 boys division. On lane 15, Jorge Rodriguez. Lane 16, Gage Stelling. Lane 11, Jalen Mosley. And on lane 12, Tom Hankey. Let's hear it for the boys competing in our under 15 and under 20 divisional bracket finals, semifinals.
Alright.
As a reminder, the winners of these matches will be coming back to compete in our Junior Gold Television show in our final matches give a big round of applause to the final 4 athletes in each of our divisions in the U15 and U20 victory. Bowlers, at this time, your lanes will be coming on for your matches. Have fun, bowl well, and good luck.
All right, ready to get going here. I have a feeling that it's going to get pretty exciting and intense here in this round. This is the second to last round, potentially, or it could be the last round of match play, because the undefeated players, if they win in this round, they are on the show. So Brandon Biondo is the undefeated player in the U20 match against Chad Mee, and Jorge Rodriguez is the undefeated player against Gage Stelling in the U15 match. So if Brandon wins and if Jorge wins, they're on the show. Otherwise, we will have a second 2-game match.
Jalen Mosley and Tom Henke, the other under 15 match going on over on 11 and 12, and Zach Doty and Cortez Shank over on 21 and 2.
Got a special guest coming in here for a bit. If you're just tuning in, you're watching our live coverage on Bowl TV of the Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Rotogrip, and Master. And we are pleased to be joined by Bill Chrisman, who is the man that makes it all possible over there at Storm, or at least got it started. The owner of Storm Bowling Products. Hi, Bill. How are you?
I'm great.
Appreciate your support of this event, and it's got to be a great feeling to see so many young players involved in the sport. And I know you guys support a lot of youth bowling events. It's obviously very important to you guys to support the youngsters in the sport.
Yeah, it's very important to support the youth. We try to do it all over the world, actually. We've got another tournament similar to this coming up in Japan in August, but I've wanted to participate in this tournament for years, and I'm very happy that we got to do it this year. It's unbelievable the amount of people that are here and the amount of entries that came. It's very difficult to get enough lanes to let all these people bowl.
It is, and it's been a good exposure for your brands as well, for Storm, Rotogrip, and Master, with so many people here. I mean, and these are the youngsters. They're going to be competitive bowlers for a long time. They're going to be buying bowling balls for a long, long time. So, well, it seems like a good place for you guys to be, and from a business standpoint.
Yeah, it is from a business standpoint. But everybody that works with us are their bowlers, and most everybody's at least a silver. I can't even say that word. Silver level coach, and very interested and involved locally with teaching and teaching young people. So they all love being here. We had over 20 people here. Every one of them working with the kids, and paying a lot of attention to them. And everybody really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. Long hours, but it was a lot of fun for everybody. So, and it will help us business-wise. But it's we just that's our philosophy. Our philosophy is bowling's good to us, so we try to be good to bowling.
Yeah, there's a reason why Storm's slogan is the Bowlers Company, because it's about the bowlers. And
That's very true.
A very appropriate slogan, I think.
Well, when I started in the business, there was the other larger companies had a lot of professional people working for them. They weren't bowlers. They were professional salesmen or professional marketing people, and I felt like there were plenty of bowlers that were qualified to do the same jobs. And you know, I have 2 people with master's degrees work for me. They're both bowlers. You know, I have several people with degrees. They're bowlers. I have people that are pro shop operators, that are ex-pro shop operators. Actually, the president of my company started out as a pro shop operator. So, but everybody's bowler. Everybody's a bowler. There's one guy that isn't. He's my accountant. But you know,
Yeah.
But most everybody else is bowler. We actually have a bowling league for the plant workers that we bowl every year, and you know, it's that's everybody is, that's what they do, and you know, whether they make the bowling balls or sell them, they're all involved in bowling.
If you're just tuning in, you're wondering who we're talking to. It's Bill Chrisman from Storm Bowling Products. We are in our final stages of the bracket here as we gear up for the TV finals this week at Junior Gold. It's going to be the first time Junior Gold has ever been televised. We've got 3 shows to tape this afternoon. And Bill, what has been your overall impression as you've watched a little bit of the bowling this week of the talent level of the youngsters out here?
Actually, I was pleasantly surprised. There's some, you know, very talented young people. Some kids that really, you know, that really throw the ball good. I enjoyed it. I like these guys that are bowling right now in front of us. You know, if I ever had a arm swing like that, I probably wouldn't have an arm anymore. You know, you know, it's amazing how high their backswings go and how hard they hit it at the bottom. And these guys, you know, have. I mean, that's a lot of fun. That's a fun way to bowl. You know, I enjoy watching. But there's some really good players, some young players. I've seen some of the kids that are 12 years old that really throw it good. So I think, you know, it's part of the future of bowling, and bowling does have a very good chance of getting in the 2020 Olympics. So there'll be something else for these kids are about the right age. I was just in Japan actually at a meeting about the Olympics. So I just got back day before yesterday, and everything looks very positive. I'm very hopeful. I really think the bowling's going to be in the 2020 Olympics. So, I can't guarantee that, especially on air, but it looks really, really good, and I'm very excited about it. It'll be incredible for bowling. It's just there's so many things that would happen. But these kids are all going to grow up in that era, so that should be really good, really fun. It gives them something to really strive for.
Yeah, we've been able to bring back the PWBA, and the PBA's been getting stronger, and so now our youngsters have that to aspire to, and if we can get in the Olympics, it's just another elite level that we can take the sport to, which is good for the health of the sport for sure. And many people don't realize the impact that getting in the Olympics would have on the sport of bowling, just purely from a financial standpoint, and the amount of money that would be coming into the sport from all the different Olympic committees from the different countries that would start to fund bowling programs, which would lead to more bowling balls being sold, which leads to more investment in the sport. It kind of trickles down all the way to the league level.
It'll work all the way around. There'll be bowling and bowling centers that increase. You'd see more people bowl. You'd see more sport bowling. It would be. And money-wise, you're right. I mean, right now, Team USA is not really supported by the federal government. And several countries, their bowling is supported by the federal government. Right now, I mean, I was in the tournament when I was there in Japan. There was a tournament that's being held. It's called they try to call it the World Open or whatever.
Yeah, World Open.
They had 54 countries, and on the podium on the winners stand, the final four in the men's and the final four in the women's, there were 7 different countries represented. There was a woman from the USA and a man from the USA. Other than that, everybody was a different country, and neither USA player won. So.
And I actually think that's important for the hopes of bowling getting in the Olympics, because they don't want to see a sport where the U.S. dominates or any country dominates. They want to see some parity, and you've got that in bowling.
Yeah, and you have a lot of really good players throughout the world, and a lot of really good teams throughout the world. You've got there's 20 countries with really good men and women bowlers, and getting better. So it's definitely more than qualifies for the Olympics, and there's more countries participate actively in sport bowling than do in probably 50% of the sports that are in the Olympics right now. So, but it's been, this is probably our best chance the way it is, because the city that has the Olympics, that holds the Olympics under a new rule, they're able to appoint a couple of sports, actually 2 to 4 sports, to be in the Olympic Games when it comes to their city. And 2020 is the first year they could do that. And Tokyo happens to be a big city for bowling, and Japan's a big country for it. So I think it's a very good chance, and it might be our last chance for a long time to get in. So the next 60 days are pretty critical for bowling as far as the Olympics are concerned.
Yeah, bowling's on the short list along with a handful of other sports.
Yeah, there'll be August 7th. There's a presentation being made to the Tokyo Bowling Committee, and they'll decide either 2 to 4 sports they want to nominate. And most people think they'll pick 3, and bowling will probably be the 3rd one. But
I would assume baseball and softball have a pretty good chance.
Baseball and softball are in.
I would think they're in.
The other one is probably karate.
Yeah.
But the other 5 that are left, I think, I'd be very disappointed if they chose one of those.
Yeah.
I mean, one of them is Wushu, which is another martial art.
It's like Chinese martial arts, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a roller skating, and I can't remember all of them, but they're definitely not nearly as qualified as bowling. Plus, they're not as popular in Japan, and the whole deal is it's the Japanese that are going to nominate it. So it'll also be a regular sport. It won't be. Bowling's been in before as a demonstration sport.
Right. It'll be a medal sport.
This will be a medal sport, a
That's
regular
important.
sport. So it'll be very, very, very interesting. I really look forward to it. I hope it happens. I'm very hopeful. After being over there and talking, being involved in the meetings, I'm very hopeful.
That's good to hear. We hope that it gets in, and we'll, of course, keep everybody posted on the progress. And just to update on where we're at here, Gage Stelling, he trails Jorge Rodriguez by 34. Brandon Biondo thought he was going to get a Brooklyn there, and instead he, I don't want to say, brings a 6-pin. And he's leading by 24 pins against Chad Mee. So our 2 bowlers who are leading are the 2 that are undefeated, and if they win, they're on the show.
And the bowling is the most important thing. That's why we're here. So, people don't need to listen to my ranting.
I think people are pretty interested in the Olympic effort. We see a lot of interest. Anytime we post something on social media about the Olympic effort, it gets a lot of attention. So
we're down to the end of the game. Let's see who's going to do what here.
Yeah, we've got these 2-game matches, so this first game is pretty important to set the groundwork for the match. They've patterned the junior gold bracket after the Masters or the Queens on kind of a smaller scale. Instead of having 64-player brackets, we have 16-player brackets, and instead of 3-game matches, it's 2-game matches. But it makes for a very exciting format. Chad Mee with a washout pitches the ball right, and he has not struck yet in this match. And Jorge Rodriguez, that one's a little left off his hand. Leaves the 6-10. The talent level, Bill, of the bowlers is very high, but the difficulty level of the patterns this week has been pretty high as well, which is really challenge them. You can definitely see a lot of not only physical fatigue from bowling so many games yesterday, but also the mental fatigue more than anything. I mean, every shot you've got to be on your toes and thinking about what's going on. But these youngsters, that's what they want. They want to be challenged. They don't want to bowl on the house china. They want to come out here and have to earn it, and that's good to see.
Well, it's really good to see because I like, myself personally, I like it when shot makers have to make shots. I don't like people just to be able to, you know, just throw it, just rev on it as hard as they can and throw it right. And when it's a strike contest, you know, I like to watch bowling when people have to make good shots and repeat shots and have to make spares if they leave them. And that's what these conditions have been this week. And a lot of, and maybe some of the people that are watching this or listening, you know, I mean, they've got to appreciate it. It's these kids are good. They're pretty good, and if you put a house condition down, the scores would be a lot higher.
Oh, for sure, yeah, really high, because the quality of the bowlers is at such a high level, especially at this stage in the competition. You don't make it out of the junior gold unless you are a great bowler, because there's so many talented bowlers in the field. We had 1,400 U20 boys in the field, and that's no easy task to make the TV show in a field like that.
No.
Brandon Biondo with a 210 split in the 8th. And of course, we'd like to thank you guys again at Stormville for supporting the event, presenting sponsors, Storm, Roto Grip, and Master. I know that the bowlers appreciate it, and they more than anything, I think they appreciate the extra efforts you guys made this week to make the event special by bringing in some of your stars and having them sign autographs and get to meet the players. And that's a big deal for these kids to be able to meet the bowlers they look up to. Like, you know, made some memories that they'll never forget, like playing wiffle ball with Pete Weber in the park, stuff like that. It's pretty important for the health of the sport. So thanks again for stepping up and making all that possible.
Yeah, I talked to Pete, and he said that he probably signed over 4,000 autographs this week.
That's a lot of signers.
But that's always fun when you're young and a kid to have the stars of the game be around and talk to you and sign autographs. We got pretty good staff. I mean, a really good staff. They're very personable. Enjoy the kids, talk to the kids. It's, you know, I think everybody now, pros and otherwise, and understand that, you know, how important it is to be positive about the sport right now. I myself have seen a whole kind of a change of attitude in the last 3 years, 2, 3, 4 years with everybody. It used to be a lot of complaining about how bowling was going downhill and what was going on, and this was bad and that was bad. And in the last 2 to 3 years, it's become more positive, and people are, and even, you know, the bowlers, the pros, the proprietors, everybody's saying, well, let's, you know, what can we do to make this better? Let's change our attitude and quit telling everybody what's bad about the sport and start telling everybody what's good about the sport. And I think bowling's going in a very positive direction right now.
And one of the things that's very positive about the sport is youth bowling, and especially an event like Junior Gold, which has grown by 27% since last year in terms of entries, exceeding all expectations. Chad Mee with a fortunate strike there, 3 in a row.
That helps him.
Yeah, it's tightened things up a little bit.
Yeah.
His max score 196. Brandon Biondo can get to 212. Gage Stelling had a 199 game, and Jorge Rodriguez a little high on that shot. He can get to 213 to close out game 1 of these 2-game matches. He really wanted that one. That would have been nice to get the double in the 10th. It's going to be in the 180s now. Well, Bill, hopefully you'll be sticking around for the TV shows today. We've got 3 shows to tape.
Yeah, I'll be around. I don't wear a tie unless there's a TV show. I still have my Storm shirt on though.
Gotta look good for the cameras, right? Sit in the front row. And 185 for me. And Brandon's gonna step up here, 10th frame. Chance to build a pretty nice lead if he can strike out. Gonna stop. Guess if you're not comfortable, it's better than letting it go and making a bad shot, especially in the 10th frame.
Not everybody can do that.
Yeah, it's tough. Rodriguez ends up at 211, so he will have a 12-pin lead after the first game.
Still pretty tight game.
Yeah, just a game to go. All right, here's Biondo. Nice shot.
That's a big shot.
He gets pretty fiery. His got some good bowling pedigree. His dad is a former Team USA member. His mom, a great bowler as well. Also a past Team USA member. So he's been trying and working really hard at his game to make Junior Team USA or Team USA. And so it's nice to see him so close. And if Brandon wins this match, he will be on Junior Team USA for the first time, because the winner and the runner-up in the bracket automatically get on Junior Team USA. Yeah. Do you think he wants it a little bit? He's pretty fired up. Big double in the 10th. It's going to put him in the 2 teams. Nice finish, 212. It's a big finish right there to get to a 27-pin lead after game 1.
Well, Chad's got some work to do. If he's going to get back in, he's going to win it.
He looked a little better towards the back half of that game. Threw some strikes, not all of them solid strikes, but Brandon looking pretty tough.
Yeah, it looks good. That's a good shot.
So things always looking pretty good over at Storm in Utah, where you guys are based. I'm sure you guys have some new stuff coming out this summer, as is usually the case, right? Heading into the league season.
Yeah, we Rotogrup has some new releases coming out next month, and and Storm has some coming out. We've had a couple. We'll have a few more come out this fall. And we try not to release too many bowling balls. If we try to release bowling balls that fit into our line, and our lines are designed to react differently on the lane. It doesn't necessarily mean that some of the better bowlers don't use the higher end stuff because it hooks too much.
Right.
And some of our most successful balls are in a little lower end. So, especially on the PBA tour. I mean, we've been very successful on the PBA, but not a lot of times they don't use our most hooking, highest end stuff. But
so it sounds like it's more of a philosophy for you guys to be focused on quality versus quantity of bowling balls that you release.
We're really focused on that. Every bowling ball we try to fit somewhere. If we have what we call a hole in the line, whether it be in storm or rotogrip. Sometimes we'll fill the hole with a rotogrip ball actually that beats a hole that's in the storm line at least temporarily until it's time to release another storm ball. So, but we. Oh
Wow.
wow! That wasn't a very good break.
No, that was a wicked 7-9. No, but I think that's a good philosophy. It's good to focus more on the quality of the product than just getting as many balls on the market as you can, because as you know, bowlers spend their hard-earned money on bowling balls, and as a company, I'm sure you want them to be high-quality equipment that they can use for quite a while and have some success with. And of course, it doesn't hurt that you've got some of the biggest names in the sport on your staff, and they're great representatives. Jason Belmonte, a good example of that. And
yeah, actually, I've had Jason's been on the Storm staff since he was 17 years old. So I met him through world tournaments and actually World U22 tournaments or tournaments under 22, and so I've known Jason for a long time. And we have a lot of international staff, and I'm the international. I've been in charge of international for the whole time, the whole history of the company. So we have a lot of international players, a lot of real good international players that nobody knew about, but that we did because we look at all of them.
Yeah, it's good to be tapped into the international market for sure, and to have those bowlers on your staff. That's one thing I've noticed about Storm. It's more of a family than a company, it seems like, from what I've been told.
Well, we try to keep it that way. We're not a very, it's not corporate America, and we're not, we try to work together all the time, and sometimes people don't fit in with us, and they leave us. And then other times there's people who want to come to work for us, so we'd like to have, but we just don't have room for. So, but yeah, we have a lot of family activities. Like I said, the bowling league, and then we have, of course, we have summer parties, we have golf outings, we have bowling outings, we have a plant dinner every month, once a month, where we have a barbecue, and so we do a lot of things to make it feel that way too. I mean, everybody cares about everybody. That's just the culture. So I mean, that's what I enjoy, and so that's kind of the culture that's developed. But business-wise, we're pretty good too.
Yeah, I would say so. You guys are doing great. We are in our second game, so our final game of these matches. Brandon Biondo leading by about 30 pins or so. Asks for it to push, and it does. Brandon gets the strike. Once again, if Brandon wins this match, he's on the show, and he's on Junior Team USA. It's a lot to bowl for in one game.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of pressure. Especially, there's another stop. Especially when you've got the family legacy of two parents who've been on Team USA before. You know the drive is strong to get there. That's what Brandon does here in the fourth. Rodriguez has given back some pins in this game. He now trails by 1, and he leaves the bucket. This pattern is played really tough, especially on the fresh, to be able to find a good look. When these bowlers like to try to find a little bit of area out there that they can have a little bit of miss left or a little bit miss right, but we haven't seen a whole lot of that area on this Athens pattern. open frame for Rodriguez.
This kind of pattern makes spares very important. You gotta, you know, I mean, it's one of the things young bowlers discount sometimes is they think that they get, you know, striking is the big deal, and especially on a tough condition, you better make spares.
Yeah, when a scoring pace is a little bit lower, the spares are magnified even more. Gage is in the lead in this match now. Comes up a little bit light, leaves the double wood. You can tell some of these bowlers look a little nervous in this round.
It's starting to get more and more so.
Yeah, you can see him shaking a little bit, and this is an important shot for Chad as he tries to get back in this match. Gets the double.
That's a good shot. Great shot.
Chad down by about 30 pins coming into this game. Down by about 20 now with that strike. George Gage Stelling is up a mark now on Rodriguez. Looks like Brandon's not ready to go anywhere here. This could be a pretty exciting finish to this match. Especially with the way that Brandon likes to get pretty fired up. Stelling goes high. Leaves the 2-4-7. Here's Biondo's sixth frame, working on a strike. Breaks it up, leaves the 10. I think he'll be happy he left the 10 pin on that shot.
Got a good break there. Got a really good break.
Just tuning in, you're watching the Junior Gold Championships on Bowl TV. Brandon misses the single pin. Junior Gold presented by Storm, Rotogrip, and Master. We've got the boys on this channel. The other channel has the U20, U15 girls with Randy Peterson down there calling the action. You can find that at youtube.com/BowlTV. So big opportunity here for Chad working on the double. He leaves a 4-pin. All right, just got an update here in the U15 division. Tom Hankey defeated Jalen Mosley 438 to 364. So a second match will be needed in that one to determine who is going to make the show. And we're still waiting on the updates for the second game to end on these other matches. Looks like Chad is now down by about 8 pins against Brandon. Rodriguez has 4 opens this game, just left a 10 pin. He is down by 17. So still, both matches pretty close. Half a game to go. Crossover 5-pin.
Good shot.
Yeah, Gage with the double-handed lefty approach. See more and more two-handed bowlers, especially this tournament. They're all over the place. think if Belmonte was here, he would have signed about 8,000 autographs. It seems
Yeah,
like.
yeah.
So many two-handed bowlers. in
Well,
these bowling these
that's
days.
kind of a misnomer, actually. They don't throw it with two hands.
Yeah, it's
Everybody lets go of it with one hand. Everybody
Yeah.
starts with two hands. If you look at the bottom of the Belmo swing or these kids swing, the last finish on the ball is one-handed. They take their hand off of it well before it gets to the bottom of their swing.
That's why we tend to call it a two-handed approach and not a two-handed delivery.
Right. Some people don't. Some people still think that people are throwing with both hands. They're not.
Yeah, the other hand that guides the ball comes off before it actually is released, so it's more of a balance thing than anything. If you watch it in super slow motion, you can see it, but and to the native eye, it's so fast that
Can't see.
you can't tell. But when you slow it down, you can see it. Brandon covers it up. 3 frames to go in that match. Biondo still clinging to the lead.
Well, spares are important. He missed that 10 pin. Didn't really help.
Pin's a little too short to knock that 10 out for Jorge. Brandon still leads by 9 with 3 frames left, so this one could still go either way. It's a nice shot.
That's a good shot. He struggled on that left lane this whole game, so that was a great shot.
Spare for Rodriguez. He trails by 6 with 3 frames left, so both matches really close down the stretch. It's going to be an interesting finish here. So much on the line here.
Oh.
And a crossover strike for Chad Nee. Seems like some of these kids are having a hard time just prying the ball off their hand right now. It's tough.
Yeah, they're nervous. They should be nervous too.
So we just got word that Zach Doty is going to defeat Cortez Schenk, and he will make the show. So Zach is on the show.
Oh,
And another crossover. That is 3 times in a row he's hit the left side of the head pin. He's got a double to show for it, and guess what? That's a lead change. He's now leads by 1. And I can tell you, no bowler wants to win like that.
I want to see. It'll be interesting to see how.
Oh, nice. 10 goes late for Gage.
It's a big shot for Biondo. Besides the fact that Chad's got a Brooklyn double, it does affect you psychologically as the other player. He needs to throw a good shot here. Big shot for him.
Go up by 9. Goes high, leaves the 3-6. No matter what Brandon does here, 9th and 10th, Chad will have a chance to step up in the 10th and win the match.
Wow.
Thanks to the back-to-back Brooklyn strikes. Big shot here for Gage, looking for a double. Leads by 7.
Come on, ball. Come on.
That time the 10 doesn't go. Brandon covers it up. Huge 10th frame coming up here for Brandon Biondo. That's a great shot. Just powered it right in the pocket. Gave a little extra gas and got the strike.
He really needs this one right here.
This is a big one. He can force Chad to double. Chad's looked a little shaky the last 3 frames, even though he's got the double on the board. Rodriguez keeping it close. That one's a 7-pin lead for Gage going into the 10th. Big shot here, second shot for Brandon. It's perfect. Back-to-back strikes.
Had 2 great shots under pressure, really. That's great to see a young man without, that's a lot of pressure right there.
Biondo had a 27-pin lead coming into this game. Here's Rodriguez. That's a huge strike as he takes the lead. Wow. Count was pretty important on that shot, too. 398 is the final tally for Brandon Biondo. And that means that Chad Mee needs 214 to win the match. So strike 9 spare would only be 213. So he's going to have to double. He's not going to waste any time. If Chad does not double here, Brandon's on the show and on Junior Team USA. Wow, that's a great shot after a couple of Brooklyns. Keeps the drama going here. Rodriguez. He gets a strike, and he's going to put all the pressure on Gage Stelling in the 10th frame. Two drama-filled matches here.
Great matches. Everybody's nervous the whole game. They get the 10th frame and they just throw strikes.
I'm not even bowling and I'm nervous. All right, here's Chad. Strike here. Forces a second match. He pulled it off his hand, you could tell.
All right.
3-6-10. And Brandon Biondo is on the show and on Junior Team USA for the first time. And Mom and Dad couldn't be happier. And I see some tears coming down. And Rodriguez strikes on the fill for 171. So let's do the math here. He finishes with 382. And that means that Gage Stelling, I think that might have been enough for the shutout. Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough.
He got enough on the fill for the shutout,
Yep.
so Rodriguez is on the show as well. So our U20 boys show is set. It's going to be Zach Doty against Brandon Biondo for the title. We know that Jorge Rodriguez is on the show, as he will defeat Gage Stelling. And we will have a second match needed between Tom Hankey and Jalen Mosley in the U15 division. So that'll be coming up in just a few minutes here live on Bowl TV. A second match in our U15 division to determine our final TV finalists on the boys' side. But Bill, we appreciate you sitting in. We'll have a little bit of a break here. And once again, thanks again to Storm, Rotogrip, and Master for your great support of this event. We do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me sit here. I don't know if I was supposed to sit here all 2 games, but I did. So.
No. Yeah, it was more than fine. No big deal.
Okay.
But we appreciate it, and
Thanks
it's always
again.
nice to see you. And thanks again for supporting the youth bowlers.
sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Give me a couple of them.
I found one.
Okay. Yep, one of my bowlers will be sure.
Awesome.
Yes, it is.
Well, I got a bowler that's bowling U12.
Good.
Can't really say he's mine. He bowls in my tournaments all the time.
Oh, that's how it is with mine.
Spencer Rower
Okay.
from Springfield. You like my handwriting? You want?
I was gonna say, you know, it was white when I handed it to you, right?
You don't like my handwriting?
Can they read it? Will it hold scores? Oh, good.
I would think so, but
Zach will make announcements when they're ready to start.
well, it's just been counting down. Practice counts down. That's what I said. She said, "What are you gonna shoot?"
Zach will make an announcement. Debbie doesn't have to be around.
Usually have had two back-to-back games. I've never had many. Are you summer I had the first 9, 7, 10. First 9, 4, 6. What car do you have? But it comes with a really gotcha. C1BA membership.
Bowlers here for round 7 of the brackets. Please report to your lanes. On 47 and 48, bowling for the final spot in our TV show finals of the U20 girls, Jordan Richard and Brianna Clemmer.
I didn't see the
Jalen Mosley. And bowling in our U15 girls division for the final spot in their TV finals on lanes 49 and 50, Emily Schrader and Emma Elfrink. Bowlers, your lanes will soon be coming on for your 10 minutes of practice.
They have 2 matches over there right next to each other, and then they got 30-some lanes, and then it's over here. What happens when you have 88 lanes? I don't really understand, but they have 2 matches over there right next to each other. Because the girls started. Alright. And the guys started over here. They cares if they started on. What were you thinking that they should be all closer together so everybody can watch them, right? Makes sense. Makes sense. Good point. Good point. Yeah, I don't know. I figured they'd migrate that way. I mean, they're re-oiling anyway, so it's fine. All right, good luck to Tony.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, good luck. Have fun with that. That sounds very exciting.
Bowlers, please hold up on your practice. Once again, please hold up on all practice balls. Parents, spectators, and other athletes here, please remember that we do have our TV shows beginning 2, 5, and 7. These bowlers are competing for the final spots in each of their age divisions to compete on television. What an amazing opportunity for these kids. Let's give them all a round of applause as they begin their final match prior to the finals. Your lanes are on. Good luck and good bowling.
Tom Hankey taking on Jalen Mosley for the last spot on the show in the U15 boys division. Live here on Bowl TV from Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois. Lucas Wiseman, Aaron Smith with you from the Junior Gold Championships presented by Storm, Rotogrip, and Master. Two-game match. Winner makes the show. The loser is eliminated from the tournament.
Tom Henke forced a second match since he was coming from the contenders bracket by defeating Mosley 438 to 364 in round number 6 earlier in the day here on Bull TV. Mosley sent Henke to the contenders bracket.
I believe Henke was the number 1 seed coming into the bracket, leading the qualifying portion of this event and earning a spot on the U15 developmental team. So no surprise that we see him here battling for the show. But he's going to have to take down Jalen Mosley here to make the show.
I believe when we caught these guys earlier, they were on the fresh, and Jalen definitely had the better ball reaction on his way to that win. It looks like Tom is using different ball here than what we saw in that first match here a few rounds ago.
And we already know who's on the U20 boys show. I think Aaron's got the recap for the 3 boys that are on the show for the U20 and the U15 divisions already.
That's true. The U20 already, or the final match, I should say, already decided. Brandon Biondo and Zach Dottie are going to face off. Biondo earning a spot on Team USA, and Dottie is ineligible due to his not meeting the age requirements. So Thomas Peters ends up getting the last spot on Junior Team USA due to his qualifying performance.
Henke second frame leaves the washout.
And these guys are trying to face off against George Rodriguez out of Puerto Rico, who defeated Gage Stelling. George is undefeated so far as well.
Open frame in the second for Henke. Pin lead for Jalen after just a couple of frames.
It's definitely a cool moment as that last round finished up. Definitely a lot of emotions. Talked a lot about Biondo joining his parents on the Team USA trip. Both of Brandon's folks made Team USA back in the 1990s. Now Brandon on Junior Team USA. Very cool moment. A lot of hugs, a lot of congratulations going around.
High on that shot, 4-6 split. Hankey, fourth frame. Working on a strike. Misses the hip into the right. Leaves the 1-2.
Make it a 3-pin match with the conversion here.
There's a lot of chit-chat going on the concourse, making it a little bit potentially distracting for the bowlers. Picks it up. It's a small concourse, so a lot of people just hang around talking, and it's the only match going on this side of the bowling center, so that kind of makes the noise a little bit louder.
I think at this this juncture of the event and with what's at stake, it's I'm sure outside of something terribly distracting, these two competitors are caught up in the moment.
I saw Tom kind of look over a little bit. I think he was a little distracted by the noise, but maybe he's settled in. Hoping for a little help there. Leaves the 2-4. Trails by 5 sticks now. It's our last live stream match for this Junior Gold Championships. TV takes over after we finish this round.
Nice break there for Jalen. I've been looking at a 3-9-10, just a 3-pin now.
Keeps going a little bit high.
I didn't think that 4-6 last time up there was, I was surprised it actually finished that strong. Thought that was actually going to push a little bit for him, but they did re-oil for this round, so this Athens pattern has proved to be tricky on the fresh for sure.
Nice shot.
Nice comeback there, yep.
It's the strike in the 6th. Jalen leads by just a handful of pins.
I believe we have two girls matches going on as well still. So be sure to check out youtube.com/bowltv if you want to check those out. Folks in the Storm booth bringing you that coverage. Tom with the delayed reaction there.
We haven't seen a double yet in this match. We got a chance here. Both players working on a strike now.
We've seen a lot of guys get to that, kind of get to the hang spot, and not sure if the ball's going to make it over or not.
Big shot right there for the double. Finally have a double on the board, and that's a lead change. And Hankey, pretty excited about that one right there.
Absolutely. Started, definitely knew that one was going to be in the 1-3, just a matter of whether or not it was going to carry.
Oh, Jalen just came over the top of the ball and never really had a chance to get it right. Leaves a 3-6-9-10. He was hoping it would strike.
Just enough of the ninth. And looks like he's making a ball change here.
He is. I like the motion a little bit better. Just needs to still get it a little bit right, which I think has kind of been the consistent problem the whole matches. He hasn't been able to get the ball right, and he doesn't pitch it right. It's going to go high. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's a perfect example of why it's better to throw straight at those spares on a sport pattern like this, because sometimes you don't know what the ball's going to do. He almost lost it right there.
Definitely made a sharp break and just enough of the 4-pin.
All right, so we're settling in here. Frame number 8. 2-game total pinfall match to determine the last spot on the U15 boys show. Hanky seems like the type who's going to get kind of excited if he strikes here again. Let's see.
Looking to make it 3 in a row. Looks pretty good.
Oh, wow. Can you believe this? Pocket 7-10 split.
Goodness.
What an awful break right there on what looked like a pretty solid shot off his hand.
Absolutely.
That's no fun. Got to regroup, get one of these here. Take the count. Move on.
We'll get the one at least.
Yep.
Doesn't get it to bounce back out though, but you see him kind of tell himself calm down a little bit there. Just keep the emotions in check.
Yeah, you can't let one bad break like that affect your mindset, especially since this is so close.
Only down 7.
Yeah, now down 7. He was leading, but now Jalen takes the lead on the bench, but we still got a long ways to go here. 12 frames in this match. And it's pretty close. Winner will bowl on CBS Sports Network, taped this afternoon. That's a good shot.
Great bounce back. Definitely could have let that terrible break on the 7-10 get the best of him. Refocused, and that's why he's in this position right now.
Jalen made the ball change last time. That looks pretty good. He still is getting a little bit left where he needs to, but that was... I like the ball change. I think that's a little bit smoother and seems like it's a better
Definitely seemed
reaction.
a little less over-under when it makes the move, so. Trusting his equipment here in the most important match of his life.
Pretty much.
So 2 pretty good shots on 15 with the ball change. 2 4-pins to show for it, so tiny adjustments here. Can get to 185.
That one not as
scary.
Not as scary as the last time on that lane. I think he threw a little bit harder. I was just looking at the results from the PWBA Lubbock Sports Open. Jazreel Tan of Singapore, 7-12 for the first 3. She's leading the tournament.
Very nice.
And you can watch Matt Canizaro's coverage of that event on Extra Frame. The rest of the day today and tomorrow as well. Stepladder finals for the PWBA Lubbock Sports Open tomorrow night at 7:30 Eastern Time on Extra Frame. Well, if Tom can get the first one in the 10th, he will at least have the lead going into game 2. A couple of strikes here, he'd be in the 190s. Well, not only did he not get a strike, he left a split. He's definitely going to trail, and potentially by double digits here. Jalen looks a little nervous sitting on the bench over there. There's a lot on the line here.
Absolutely.
Trying to make national television.
Tom takes the 2, 166. Jalen Mosley up at 17.
Wow. Again, he pulled it right through the face. Big 4.
Well, if there's ever been a time or a place, get it out of the way now.
Might as well, first frame.
Takes the 2. So we'll see if Tom can seize the early opportunity here.
Not a bad hit, leaves a 2-pin. We also have the U20 and the U15 girls. Got a couple of matches down there that are finishing up. If you want to watch that, you can go to youtube.com/BowlTV. Click on the other channel that's live.
Tom now down 5 here early in game 2. Hankey, the qualifying leader through 24 games for the U15 boys.
This is one of those matches where you just don't have any idea which way it's going to go. Ball reaction looks pretty similar. If anything, it's just going to come down to execution, I think. Well, he'll take the strike. It's not what he wanted.
Heard an oh no off his hand, but
yeah.
But take him when you can get him.
Once again, it's just everything is left off his hand.
Seen him convert the 3, 6, 9, 10 already. See if he can get the 3, 9.
It's tough when it feels like everything off your hand is a pull. And
oh,
wow, did
goodness.
he get lucky on that spare. I think we've all been in those situations where everything off your hand is just dead left. And one thing that I think that Jalen could do, he's playing pretty far inside, just open his shoulders a little bit to the right. Just try to get the ball right a little bit. See, once again, it's left.
That was a ball change there too, so.
See, and then the problem is that you can't make ball changes off bad shots. It doesn't work. Because right now, it's not the ball that's causing him the problem. It's the fact that he keeps pulling it. See, that ball didn't hook, because I don't think that's the right ball in his hands. I think the other ball was the right ball. He just has to make better shots. That's what it comes down to. But it's the U15 division. They are young players still learning and developing their games.
That shot left. Leaves the 5-9.
This is a tough spare. It's so easy to chop if you hook it at it. Hook it across, it just takes that 5-pin right off.
Something
My
like
preference would be to throw it straight, and I don't know if did he pick up his spare ball? Yeah, it's a smart move.
Give him the heater, Ricky.
Yep. I like the move right there. That's the best way to shoot that spare, because that spare can bite you.
Tom now up by 9, I believe. Each player having a hard time getting the ball to feed to the right. Seen the last few shots from both.
Kind of wonder if it's maybe nerves.
Oh, it's got to be.
It's really quiet now. All the attention focused down here on this end of the house is on this match. There are 2 other matches going on, but they're so far away you really can't even hear the pins fall.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be afraid to pitch it right.
Looks like another ball change here.
So that's tough, because now he pitched it right, but because he feels like the ball kept overhooking because he kept missing left, the ball doesn't hook because it's not the right ball. He's got a chance.
Oh,
that
goodness.
is brutal.
Great effort at the 2-4-10.
He wrapped that 2 right in front of the 10 pin. What a great effort. And he's in big trouble now, I think. He looks very lost and confused at this point. And quite honestly, he got up and threw that shot pretty fast, almost in a kind of a defeatist mentality. Makes the spare.
Hankey now up 18.
I think if Tom can step up and find a way to strike here in the 5th and the 6th, that would be a big blow to Jalen, and it would really help Tom's confidence.
Better shot.
That's a very good shot. That is the best shot he's thrown in the match, I think, right there. That was solid. I think we're going to hear a lot from Tom Hankey in the future.
I think so, too.
He's got a great game.
Already get a chance to visit the ITRC, work with the Team USA coaches.
He's got one of those, you kind of look in youth bowlers and bowlers in general at the release, and he's got one of those releases that you just can't teach. And that's one of the things that the Team USA coaches look at as well, those kind of tools that you can build around. And he's certainly looks like he's got them. Looking for a big double here. That's good.
There's
What
the
a
emotion.
shot. It's an appropriate place to get excited, I think, in the match. That's a big double in what has been a tough match here as he takes control. Jalen almost got the strike, leaves the head pin. He looks beaten, doesn't he?
He does.
He looks done.
Almost just going through the motions right now.
Yeah, you can never give up. Because you never know what's going to happen. He just got caught in that trap of kept pulling the ball and it just threw him off his game, and then he started going through bowling balls and just never got comfortable. And it looks like Hanky is on his way to the TV show at this rate. Quite honestly, I'd say it's probably well-deserved for Tom Hanky to make the show, considering he led qualifying after all those games, 24 games. It's always nice to see the bowler who leads qualifying make the finals, just because you have to work so hard in qualifying to get that top spot. Should make for a good show on the U15 side. Hanky against Rodriguez. Both of them pretty solid young players. A little high pitch there, leaves the 4. And the other thing you have to remember, at this point in the tournament, it has been a really, really long week.
Absolutely,
For
Lucas.
these U15 and U12 bowlers, and the more so than the physical side, the mental exhaustion, it just has to be really tough to stay focused at this point.
It's been a long road and something that Jalen will definitely learn from. And
I think we'll see Jalen back next year.
absolutely, has a great game. And
yeah, he's got a very talented young player. Has a few things he needs to work on, but don't we all?
another good shot there.
Yeah. And Tom Hanky shreds the rack like a head of lettuce.
2 days in a row, Lucas.
I figured I'd fit it in one more time before we were done. It was an appropriate hit right there. Tom's pretty excited, you can tell. It's great to see the excitement out of Tom. I just hope that he carries that forward to the TV show and we see that same fire out of him. Because sometimes you see people get on TV and they kind of lose that intensity a little bit because they're so nervous. And I hope that he carries that forward and we see that excitement. Yeah. Same for Brandon Biondo, and I hope that we see that from him on the U20 show.
Brandon showed a ton of emotion that Big 10th frame in the first game. Ended up putting the pressure on his opponent. Ended up being the difference in a very close match. Because from just watching Zach Dottie and the other U20 files seemed a little bit more reserved as he made his way through the bracket. So George showed some fire as well, though. So definitely looking forward to that one. So Tom will get a little bit of a break here as the under 12 show will be first, so he doesn't have to be back to the lanes here until 5 p.m. Central.
All right, Tommy, come on, man. Sorry.
It looks like Brianna Clemmer is going to win on the U20 girls side. And she's going to make the show.
Gonna make it 2 in a row.
Yeah, she won last year.
Hands up in the air there for Tom. It's
He's worked hard this week.
absolutely.
He's pretty excited. Now he wants to see it through and hope it pays off on the show this afternoon. He's going to bolt 5 o'clock. No live streaming, taped for broadcast on CBS Sports Network against Jorge Rodriguez.
All right, crosses over, but they'll get him into the 200s. Gives a little wave and a well-deserved applause from the crowd. So next time folks will get to see Tom Hankey, will be on CBS Sports Network. Tom will take on George Rodriguez in the finals. Finishes up with 2:02 to get to 368. Jalen makes a run at the 4-count split. Rough final game for the young man, though. Finishes with 119 for 302.
That's going to do it for us here on Bull TV, at least for our channel. The other channel wrapping up right now as well. We got to get ready for the TV shows coming up. They start taping in 35 minutes. So for Aaron Smith, I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thank you so much for joining us here for our coverage of Junior Gold. And I'll see you next weekend from the PWBA Wichita Open on Extra Frame.